seeing a real shift in the running game, more stolen base attempts. And to me, it's a mindset, cultural mindset, more than it is kind of a
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on The Key all year long, giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on The Key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on The Key. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, closed to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there, These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought If only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Though somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
You're in Braves Country.
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? I am doing outstanding. We've got Braves Country Baseball tonight. We'll be bringing you the broadcast 7:20 Eastern first pitch. So tonight we've got Braves Padres, and look, if you missed that game last night, I hate it for you if you didn't listen to it, if you didn't watch it. What an incredible game. We did not do the game last night. We typically do Tuesday night and Friday nights, which is what we are doing tonight, and then we bring you 2 other games. So we're gonna bring you tonight's game, and we're gonna bring you Sunday's game, and I think it's actually going to work out well because there's some bad weather heading towards Truist Park tomorrow, and I don't know if that game is going to get in. Now, whether or not they decide to put a doubleheader in or whatnot, that remains to be seen. They'll probably announce that kind of stuff down. I would think you'd want to, because you've already got a night game on Sunday, and the idea that you would have to go back to Atlanta in the middle of the year to play one game is probably not something very appealing to a West Coast team like San Diego. So we'll see what happens with that, but tonight's game should be a go. They're expecting a little bit of rain, but nothing that should halt the game. The game should get in, and Sunday night should be a good night for baseball as well. Tonight, we got us quite the mess on our hands as Jared Schuster is going to head to the mound, and we hope he goes out there and pitches a lot better. Schuster, if you missed it the first time out, I mean, you kind of have to just throw that outing into the scrap heap, because the simple fact of the matter is his nerves were all on him in the first part of the game. And he ends up with 4 2/3. This is against the Nationals. This wasn't against the Padres, which have formidable lineup. 4 2/3, 1 strikeout, 5 walks, and left the game with the 7.71 ERA. 2.36 whip. It's very rare that you see the whips in the 2s. And so he's hoping that he'll go back out and have a much better game. I think he will. I think he's going to have a much better game. I just think it's going to be a type of situation where if the game gets out of hand, he might be forced to take one for the team. But if he's pitching well, then you could see them deploy the bullpen. Considering the fact that tomorrow could be a rainout, you could be looking at a situation where if he gets in trouble early and the Braves are actually scoring, which I think they will, Nick Martinez, now he's a veteran. He has no excuse for why he went out, and his first game out, he did go 7 innings, but a 5.14 ERA. He had 5 strikeouts, 2 walks, gave up a home run. That's the one good thing that you can say about Schuster in that first game. He kept the ball in the yard. So that part I love. But this is a San Diego Padre team that's much more formidable at the plate. We all know that. And he's going to have to be on it. He's going to bring a little different than what they saw last night with Strider. Now they ended up Strider the third time through the lineup really wasn't fooling them. And Schuster, I honestly think what the game plan tonight will most likely be, especially if they believe they're going to have tomorrow night off and can rest the bullpen, which I find I do with what the Mets did Wednesday evening. They went ahead and called the game for Thursday and left nothing in doubt. If you go ahead and call the game for tomorrow and say that you're going to play a doubleheader on Sunday, the fans can go ahead and prepare. Everybody can go and prepare for that. Plus, you don't have to worry about the bullpen tonight. You can go ahead and go all in. Because the fact of the matter is Atlanta has not had a day off this entire season so far. So this will be the 8th game, and they don't get another day off until Wednesday. And that can put a tax on your bullpen. Speaking of the bullpen, remember Colin McHugh is on the IL. Nick Martin, look, the one thing I do want to go ahead and address is what happened last night was phenomenal. And if you watch that game, listen to the game, however you absorbed the game, or you saw the highlight today, what Orlando Arcia did in that moment, not to mention the fact that he went 3 for 4. But that is why I love baseball. That's why it's the best sport. That right there. What happened last night, that's what you don't get a chance to be the hero like that in other sports, realistically. But any guy on any given day can go up there and go 3 for 4 and get the game-winning RBI. And he's played phenomenal defense. He's been really, really good at the plate, which we know that he can go through stretches, where he can absolutely just pound the heck out of the ball. And that's what we saw last night. He timed that fastball and that home run just absolutely beautifully. That was a no-doubter from the word go. And what I loved about that is not only did he yank one out of the park, but his other 2 pitches, his other 2 base hits, he took what was given to him. He shot the double down the line, and then the line drive base hit RBI single that won the game. He didn't try to do too much with it. He just served it into center field, and knew he had won the game. If you saw him celebrating the moment he hit the ball, and that's what a true teammate does. He's not worried about hitting one out of the park, right, to pad his stats. He understood the assignment, as folks like to say nowadays. He went up there. He had a runner on second base. By the way, great piece of hitting that got overshadowed by Eddie Rosario, who came up and stroked that ball down the right field line and was hustling out of the box all the way, stretching that into a double that set up the game-winning run. I think a lot of folks probably would have forgotten about it, and they woke up this morning, they were happy, et cetera, et cetera. Might have kind of forgot about the fact that the first 2 at-bats were really quiet, quick at-bats, and it looked like we might have been heading to extras. And the way the Ghost Runner set up today in Major League Baseball, I don't know what to expect from extra innings. So if I can prevent extra innings on any given day, I'm all for it. And serving that ball into the outfield was just a beautiful moment. Happens on opening day, and it happens for a guy who everybody kind of doubted could be the guy when Dansby Swanson left. Heck, we were being told that he wasn't going to be the guy, that he was going to be the platoon guy, and that it was going to be Vaughn Grissom. And then out of nowhere, they send Grissom down. They send Shoemake down. At one point in the spring, we figured it was a 2-position battle because conventional wisdom would have thought to ourselves that, all right, you want to keep Arcia to be able to keep the other guys fresh, and who's going to win the battle between Shoemake and Grissom? Instead, he won the battle, and Grissom and Shoemake are being sent down to get prepared for the war. Because long term, who knows how this shakes out? But right now, Orlando Arcia is playing phenomenal baseball and really starting. Look, he's been there a few years now. He's always kind of been in the shadow. Now he's starting to become like one of the leaders. It's really cool to see. And plus, not to mention the fact, let's not skate over the fact that on opening day, he signs a 3-year extension, gets himself a little bit of a salary bump for 2023, and then we get him sewed up for the next 2 years. And he probably knows that he's not going to be the starting shortstop for all 3 years. But he got himself some financial security and some security of knowing where he's going to be playing. Because Atlanta's looking at it big picture too, and they're saying, look, eventually Grissom and Shoemaker are going to force our hands, and either A, we're going to trade them because they're playing that well, or B, we're going to bring them up, and we'll have to DFA someone like an Adrianza. I don't like to talk about that if a guy's still on the team, because you don't want to just assume things. But look, it's happened before. And at that point, you've got Orlando Arcia set up to be in the mix somehow, some way in your infield all the way through the 2025. If you want the 2026 season, because we also have a club option. So he could be here for the next 4 seasons. And I look, I love to see it. Swanson's playing well in Chicago and taking nothing away from him. He's playing really well in Chicago. But Orlando Arcia said it the other day, and I'm going to say it again. You could make the argument that Orlando Arcia fits more in what the Braves are wanting to do, in the whole of the fact that I'm not going to suggest that he's a better player than Dansby Swanson. But when you can get him for less than $2 million a year for the next 3 seasons, that opens up your options in other areas of the team, other needs. Maybe that's the move that ends up sewing up a guy like Max Fried. Or maybe that's the move that lets you go out and get somebody when Max Fried walks away after 24. But tonight, it's going to be Schuster, it's going to be Martinez. I expect a high-scoring game. I think the line was 8.5, which for folks that don't follow that, 8.5 over-under in runs is pretty high. You're normally looking at 6.5, 7, 7.5, sometimes 8. So 8.5 typically means that we're talking about they're expecting a high-scoring game. And look, if I was going to bet the over, I don't do that a lot on Major League Baseball. I normally take the win and loss bets. But if I was going to do it, I would be banging the over. And I would definitely take the over on the Braves. The Braves tonight, I believe, was 4.5 runs. And I do believe that we get to that because Nick Martinez, he can go out there and throw a gem every once in a while, but typically he gives up some runs. And if they don't have the lead, they're not going to deploy the very back of their bullpen. So a lot of their guys got used last night, and it could be a very tricky situation for San Diego. Martinez might be asked to take one for the team, as they say. All right, we're going to take a quick break and be right back here on Braves Country. Atlanta Braves, San Diego Padres, next right here. It's Friday night Braves Country Baseball. Let's go, y'all, on a very good Friday. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have, and the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch a ball, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Braves. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight? O'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. Good afternoon, y'all. We are live, and the scene is Truist Park right here in Atlanta, Georgia, where we're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Let's begin with the visitors, the San Diego Padres, leading off and playing shortstop, Xander Bogaerts, followed by Juan Soto in left field, and the number 3 hitter playing third, Manny Machado. The designated hitter, Nelson Cruz from the right side of the plate. Jake Cronenworth playing first and batting 5th. Batting 6th is Kim with the 7th hitter, Nola, behind the plate. Trent Grisham is batting 8th and manning center field, and Azakar is your right fielder and batting 9th. Nick Martinez is the starting pitcher for the San Diego Padres. Your hometown Atlanta Braves will lead off with Ronald Acuna Jr. playing right field. Batting second and playing first, Big Matt Olson. Batting third and playing third, Austin Riley. Ozzie Albies hitting cleanup from second base. Sean Murphy is behind the plate and batting 5th. Eddie Rosario is your starting left fielder in the number 6 spot. Last night's hero, Orlando Arcia, batting 7th and playing short. Marcelo Ozuna gets the nod as the designated hitter in the 8th spot, and batting 9th, playing center field for the injured Michael Harris II, who has gone to the IL, is Sam Hilliard. Jared Schuster gets his second start of his Major League Baseball career, his first in Truist Park, the big lefty on the mound. So that's your starting lineups for Friday night baseball here on Braves Country. Hope you got yourself a good armchair and a cold one, because we're about ready to go. San Diego Padres are coming to the plate. They are in the road brown with the pinstripes and the yellow writing outlined by brown. San Diego across the chest. We're getting set for Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves come into this game after wins by the Phillies and the Mets earlier in the afternoon. 3.5 in front of the Marlins, 2.5 in front of the Mets, and 4 in front of the Philadelphia Phillies. Atlanta Braves are wearing their red jerseys, white pants, blue caps with the red bill, navy blue writing and numerals with the white outline, and the tomahawk underneath Braves. The big lefty Schuster is doing his final warm-up pitches. We are almost set for Braves country baseball. Schuster finishes his warm-up tosses, and he's hope y'all are having a great Good Friday. Looking forward to a Easter weekend. And Schuster is looking to bounce back as he's just a few minutes behind the first pitch. And here we go. It's baseball time in Braves country. The first pitch on the way, and it's a fastball on the outer edge. Let me get the screen cleared here for y'all. I do apologize for that. And the first pitch is on the way, and it's 1-1. Braves nothing, Padres nothing. We're just getting going here. Having a little issue about getting the scoreboard up. Give me 1 second we will get it here in 1 second. The 1-2 pitch from Schuster swung on and grounded over towards short. Scooped up by Arcia. He flips it to first, and there's one away. 6-3 put out in your scorebook if you're scoring at home. So I set this up, and we are now getting the broadcast up. There was a glitch in the system, but we are getting it ready to roll. We do apologize for that, and we are ready to show the scorecard, and here we go. First pitch on the way to Juan Soto is outside taken for a ball, and it's 1-0. Braves nothing. Padres nothing. The 1-0 pitch misses, and it's 2-0. Lefty-lefty matchup. The 2-0 pitch. Top of the zone, misses high. It is now 3-0. And Schuster falling behind a dangerous hitter in Juan Soto. The 3-0 delivery from Jared. Fastball high, ball 4. And he'll take a trot down to first, the free base. And danger of brewing for Jared Schuster, with Manny Machado coming to the plate. Machado, big right-handed power hitter, steps in. Lefty-righty matchup. The first pitch sweeps wide and inside. It's 1-0. The 1-0 delivery. On the way. Fastball just misses off the plate. It is quickly 2-0. Manny Machado with 3 RBI on the year. The 2-0 pitch on the edge, just called for a strike. 91 mile an hour fastball, and it's 2-1. The 2-0. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. Pulled the string on that one. Looked like the changeup, about 80 miles an hour, and it's 2-2. So you got runner on first. The Braves are in a shift. And here's the 2-0 pitch inside. Has to dance out of the way. Almost clips him as he jogs out of the box, and we now have a full count. Will the Padres send Soto? You got a full count, 1 on, 1 away, and fastball right down the heart of the plate. Swung on and fouled back. We'll do it again at 3-2. Braves nothing, San Diego nothing. If you're just joining us, Braves Country Baseball coming your way every Friday night. And the 3-2 pitch swung on and grounded up the middle, backhanded by Ozzie. He'll flip it to Arcia. Arcia swings it over to first, and Machado barely beats an incredible double play. Instead, we do get the force out at second, and there's 2 away. What an incredible defensive smoothness by Arcia. He got the flip from Ozzie and just seamlessly transferred the ball from his glove to his hand and fired it while having to dodge the runner. Machado was busting it down the line. Are they going to say he was safe? They're saying he's safe. Oh, okay. He did jump over the bag. You don't see that until you get close up to it. So Arcia misses the bag completely. It's runners on first and second. The first pitch inside is taken for a strike, fastball, and it's 0-1. Xander Bogaerts, Nelson Cruz comes in, and the 0-1 pitch is on the way, strike 2, but both runners are on the move, and both runners have the bases stolen. Murphy just has to put it in his pocket. Both runners were going on the pitch, and Murphy did not offer. So the 0-2 pitch on the way, swung on, and that ball is rifled into the corner, making the charge is Acuna. It's going to get down for a base hit. Both runners will score. Machado actually turns backwards, and he dives back towards third as he did not think he could make it. He fell down on the play, had to dive head first back into third. They applied the tag, but just beat the tag back to the base. Cruz on the play makes it all the way to second, and it's 1-0 San Diego. So to clean that up, it was a double into the corner. Machado stumbled and had to go back to third and just got underneath the tag. They're going to come out and talk to Schuster to try to calm him down a bit. Maybe talk about the strategy going into this at bat. So it's a lefty-lefty matchup. Runners on second and third, 1 away. And coming to the plate is Cronenworth. Cronenworth digs in. Here's the pitch, and right there at the knees for a strike, it's 0-1. Cronenworth batting .217 on the year with 1 home run, 1 RBI, a .788 OPS. The 0-1 delivery. Top of the zone for a strike, 0-2. Slider to start Drake Cronenworth off. Padres 1, Braves 0. Top of the first inning. 2 on. 1 away. The 0-2 pitch. Does he offer? Sweeper coming out of the zone. He does not. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch from Schuster. Kicks and deals. Fastball, outer edge. They're going to say that is a strikeout on the outer edge. A called third strike, and there's 2 away. Pitch was on the outer edge, and Cronenworth did not like it. Might have had an argument there. So there's 2 outs, 2 on, runners on second and third. And coming to the plate is the second baseman, Ha-Seong Kim. First pitch on the way to Kim is a fastball outside, misses wide, and it's 1-0. Kim batting .286. He does have a home run on the year. The 1-0 delivery. Fastball high and out of the zone. It's 2-0. Kim digs in with 8 seconds left on the pitch clock, and the 2-0 pitch misses out wide. It's 3-0. Standing on deck is the catcher, Nola. And the 3-0 pitch down below the knees misses for a ball, and it's ball 4. So the bases are now juiced with 2 away. Very familiar to the start of Jared Schuster on Sunday. The first pitch on the way is a fastball just off the outer edge, and it's 0-1. 91 miles an hour just off the block. Nola batting .188, a .466 OPS. The 0-1 pitch, fastball top of the shelf zone, and it is strike 2, 0-2. So Jared Schuster is 1 strike away from getting out of this mess. Atlanta Braves faithful on their feet trying to root him along. Here's the 0-2 pitch, just misses outside. Nola does not offer, and it's 1-2. San Diego 1, Atlanta nothing. Run off of a double in the corner by Cruz. The 1-2 pitch down below the knees, just missed with the slider, and it evens up the count at 2-2. Bases loaded, 2-2 pitch, 2 away. Here's the pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. We'll do it again at 2-2. Schuster will show the fastball, slider, changeup. The 2-2 pitch off the plate wide. It's now 3-2. So now you're going to have the runners going with 2 away. Jared Schuster here's the 3-2 pitch swung on and popped up, fouled back out of play. We'll do it again at 3-2. The runners will be on the move. The 3-2 pitch. Outside wide, ball 4. And Schuster loses another one. Really familiar tune with Jared Schuster not being able to stay on the plate. The Braves now trail 2-0, and the bases are still loaded with 2 away. And that'll bring up Trent Grisham. Lefty-lefty matchup. First pitch on the way. It's a fastball right there on the outer edge called for a strike, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 delivery. Off the plate. Calls it a strike. Grisham doesn't like it. Can't necessarily say that I would blame him on that one. And it's 0-2. So Schuster once again 1 strike away from getting out of this mess. Jared Schuster digging in. He gets the sign, the 0-2 delivery, kicks and deals right there at the edge, caught looking, strike three. So Schuster coughs up a couple runs, but gets out of it before he gets out of hand. We'll be back in a flash, Braves country. Braves are going to grab the bats.
I'm so old. We used to take a shower in our uniforms because, you know, when we flew commercial my first few years.
Wait, time out. There's no era where you did it.
Yes, it is.
Stop, you're making this up.
No, I'm not.
There's no way that you were supposed to wash your uniform with it on.
When I first,
you're making this up.
I'm not making this up.
Let him finish.
When I first got to the NBA, we flew commercial. So when you played the night before and flew the next morning, when was you exactly going to get your uniform clean? You had to wash your uniform yourself. So after the game, when you got to your room, you took a shower in your uniform and dried it and dropped on the commercial airline the next day.
Were you with Jed Clampett?
Yeah, have you ever heard of this in your life?
Well, how are y'all cleaning y'all uniform when you're flying the next morning?
You can clean your uniform without showering in it.
Well,
that is possible. You don't have to have it on.
Yeah. No, but it's easier to do it that way.
Big news and the big games covered in the Big Ten all year long.
Third down and about 22. As Smith drops the throw, he's got his tight end open, but he's got Carter downfield, and he's gone. Michigan leads the game with a first touchdown on a bullet, a bomb to Carter, 71 yards. Now State's lead 7-3. There he goes. So long. Ohio State touchdown. That's that old 1-2 punch you take to him the first time and then have it the second time.
In his career, Lorenzo White 15 times rushed for 100 yards in a half. 5 of those this season.
All the way to the 6-yard line.
Big Ten football covered in the Southeast.
You know, in the other sports, you have time. You have to play against the clock. And when the clock runs out, your chance is over. You play until you lose. And if you can keep that rally alive, if you can keep going, if you can keep getting hits, you can play until a week from now. Nothing stops you.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail 2-0 to the San Diego Padres as Jared Schuster struggled once again out there. See if maybe he can get it under control like he did in Washington and eat some innings up. Braves are coming to the plate, and the first pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. is a low strike called inside, and it's 0-1. Once again, the Atlanta Braves are in their home reds with the white pants. The 0-1 pitch, swing, and fouls it straight back, and it's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch on the way in the dirt. Good eye by Ronnie. And it's 1-2. Cunha batting .355 on the young season. 2 home runs, a .1041 OPS. The 1-2 from Nick Martinez. He kicks and deals and inside, taken for a ball. Good eye by Ronald. Just off the edge and evens up the count at 2-2. The 2-2 pitch swung on and hit high and deep into center field, going back on the track, but making the catch in left center field is Grisham, and there's one away. He just missed that puppy. Probably 5 to 7 feet from leaving the yard. Cunha knows it too. He got, after he circled back off of first, he was disappointed. The first pitch on the way to Big Matt Olson is taken low for a ball. No, they're going to call that a strike. That was below the knees, but it's 0-1. Your home plate umpire, Paul Emmel, known to have a very inconsistent strike zone. The 0-1 pitch down below the knees and taken for a ball. It's 1-1. The 1-1 delivery from Martinez on the way, swung on and grounded over towards second. That'll be easy play. 4-3 put out as Kim flips it over to Cronenworth, and there's 2 away. There's a small threat of rain tonight in the Atlanta area, but they do believe they're going to be able to get the game in. Now, tomorrow's another story. Tomorrow definitely could end up being a rain out. First pitch on the way to Austin Riley is taken for a strike on the inner cut right by the knee, and it's on 1. Working quickly, the 0-1 pitch swung on and missed. Took something off of that one as it dived below the knees, and it's 0-2. Riley, 2 home runs on the year. The 0-2 pitch down below the knees and in the dirt. It's 1-2. Martinez waddling back and forth. Here's the 1-2 pitch swung on, and that ball is ripped into left field. It's going to get down for a single, and Austin Riley's on his way to first with a 2-out single to maybe get something going for the Atlanta Braves here in the first inning. He hit that ball right on the screws. One hopped to Soto standing in left. Good piece of hitting by Austin. That'll bring Ozzie to the plate. Ozzie takes a hack at the first pitch that was a little inside, pulls it foul, and it's 0-1. Ozzie batting .250, 1 home run on the year. .624 OPS. 1 on, 2 away. The 0-1 pitch swung on and popped up. Can of corn, and Kim fades back from second base into shallow center. He'll make the catch, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves threaten but fail to score. We'll be back at a flash, Braves country.
Cool. Wizard versus nerd. Strike you down with my spell. No, science is the answer.
Northern Tool and Equipment.
My girlfriend has given me a pet name.
I'm afraid to ask.
Snuggle Muffin.
No, it isn't.
And she uses it in public.
Okay, so give your girlfriend a pet name she'll hate, like Thunder Chunky.
I couldn't do that.
I see. Too harsh for Snuggle Muffin. Okay. Drown her out with a 200-mile-per-hour cordless leaf blower.
Got it. Here she comes.
Hey, Snuggle Muffin. What are you doing, Snuggle? I am so out of here.
Wait. Come back, Thunder Chunky.
There's no problem a little horsepower can't solve.
Armchair.
Rainey against Leary. The way that Leary is pitching, we may have to go back to the hotel and stay in this lousy town for another night. Might be too late to get out of the airport. Boy, he's a slow worker. There's a strike call.
Statute. What? Statute of limitations. It's not a statue. No, it's statue. Fine. It's a sculpture of limitations.
In 1866, at Vassar College, a group of freshmen, with the support of a female physician who thought exercise for women essential to good health, formed the Laurel and Abenakis Baseball Club. Other colleges soon followed suit. They did not play for long.
One day, a student, while running between bases, fell with an injured leg. We attended her to the infirmary with the foreboding that this accident would end our play of baseball.
The teams were soon forced to disband. The game was considered far too violent for young ladies to play.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail at 2-0. We are heading to the top of the second inning. And the number 9 hitter for the San Diego Padres, Azakar, is coming up to the plate. Jared Schuster back out on the mound. The first pitch from Jared is a fastball top of the zone called for a strike. It's 0-1. Schuster, 37 pitches in that first inning. The 0-1 pitch swung on, and that ball is going to slice into right field. Acuna's on it, and he'll cut it off before it becomes real trouble. Azakar has to stop at first, but it's a leadoff single for the San Diego Padres. one of those pitches that wasn't really a bad pitch, wasn't really a terrible result. Azakar just got a fortunate bounce on that one. So the lineup will flip back over, and the first pitch on the way to the leadoff hitter, Xander Bogaerts, is taken low for a ball. It's 1-0. Bogaerts grounded out his first time at bat. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball off the edge. It's 2-0. Schuster's going to have to be more aggressive and place his pitches because home plate umpire Emmel is squeezing him. The 2-0 delivery. On the way, right there for a strike. It's 2-1. If you missed the news earlier, Michael Harris to the IL. The 2-1 pitch. Swung on and hit high, but playable into center field. Sam Hilliard is underneath it. He'll make the catch, and there's one away. Michael Harris, the second, injured his back last night at the wall. It's not looked upon as serious, but they want to go ahead and get out in front of it with it being so early in the year. So he'll go to the IL. Eli White is being called up. If you haven't seen him play before, one of the fastest men on the base paths in all of baseball. So Juan Soto comes to the plate, and the left-hander takes the first pitch for a strike on the outer edge. Did not like the call. It's 0-1. The 0-1 delivery. Schuster kicks and deals. Right there, misses high. It's 1-1. Juan Soto, of course, ex-Washington National. Came over in the trade at the deadline last year. The 1-1 pitch. Runner is on the way. Sean Murphy jumps up. And Azakar has the base stolen with ease. No throw. Murphy just keeps it in his pocket. And it's a stolen base. Pretty good jump by Azakar. I don't know if Murphy just didn't have a very good grip. Normally he would let that fly. I don't think he could have got him. It's a pretty good jump by Azakar. Pitch on the way to Soto is swung on and popped up a mile high, but it's going to bend foul behind the third base dugout. We'll do it again. It's 2-2. San Diego 2, Atlanta 0. We're just getting going here in the second inning on Friday Night Baseball here on Braves Country. The 2-2 pitch swung on and hit high and deep into center field, going back on the track near the wall. Hilliard will make the play and get the ball back into the infield, but Azakar was tagging up, and he will advance to third with ease. Deep fly ball. Gets the runner 90 feet away, but there are two outs. So that'll bring Manny Machado to the plate, and the first pitch on the way to Machado is a fastball off the edge, high and wide. It's 1-0. Machado, single and a stolen base his first time up. The 1-0 pitch, just off the plate, misses. It's now 2-0. He is not giving anything. Small strike zone tonight. The 2-0 pitch down below the knees. It's now 3-0. 3-0 pitch to Machado. Right there, top of the zone, top shelf. Called for a strike, and it's 3-1. Schuster looks in for the sign. The 3-1 pitch way outside, wide, ball 4. And Schuster's up to his old tricks, walking him again. So that'll put runners on the corners with 2 away. And here comes Nelson Cruz. Nelson Cruz last time up had an RBI double. Hit it towards the right field line in the corner. Machado on first, Azakar on third. First pitch is swing and a miss. Way out in front of that one, down below the knees, it's 0-1. Good changeup by Schuster, 80 mile an hour. The 0-1 from Jared. On the way, swung on and ripped right up the middle. A diving stab by Ozzie. He's at his knees. He's going to have to, he juggles the ball, has a problem getting it out of his glove, throws it over to first, and it looks like Cruz is going to beat it safe, and a run will score. It's 3-0. Ozzie's threw his glove down and is complaining about the glove. I don't know if it's the glove that he's complaining about, or he doesn't appear to be injured. Maybe frustrated with the way the glove. But he did throw the glove down. He's back at it, so I think that was just frustration. Runners on first and second and 2 away. I think the webbing got loose, and that's why he had a hard time getting the ball out of the glove. The 1-0 pitch. On the way high, it's 2-0. No, he called it a strike. 1-1. I do apologize. The scoreboard operator had it incorrect. The 1-1 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Slider that dipped out of the zone, and it's 1-2. Lefty-lefty matchup. Cronenworth versus Schuster. Cronenworth digs in. Schuster looks the runner back at second. Here's the delivery. Swung on and popped up. Will it stay in play? Murphy chases it towards the side near the third base dugout, but it bent well out of play, about 6 rows back. We'll do it again at 1-2. So the webbing of the glove that Ozzie has continued to mess with in between pitches must have been what gave him an issue, because he made the stab perfectly, then could not get the ball out of the glove. The 1-2 pitch, fastball right down the pipe, swung on and missed, and that'll end the inning. So a strikeout will end it, but Schuster gives up another. It's 3-0 heading to the bottom of the second.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Wow!
Make sure to keep it locked in here on Armchair Quarterback Radio. We're not one-trick ponies. We cover the entire NFL, past and present.
3rd down and 6 at the 9. And Bo Jackson to the 20 and out in front. And only one man to beat, and Easley can't run him down. He had the angle, but there goes Bo. And nobody catches Bo. Touchdown. Dion. Back when he started, and then turns the corner into Giant territory and leave it to Dion to break it open for a touchdown. What a run.
Dion comes in as a receiver.
Sanders. And they're going his way, but there's double coverage, and somehow Dion is able to beat the coverage. Intercepted by Sanders. Can he score again?
Yep. There he goes, Deion Sanders, 71 yards. That's for Deion tonight, a 59-yard punt return for a TD, a 55-yard pass reception, a 39-yard punt return, and a 71-yard interception return.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. That's Stamps.com.
I see great things in baseball. It's our game, the American game. It will take our people out of doors, fill them with oxygen, give them a larger physical stoicism, tend to relieve us from being a nervous, dyspeptic set, repair these losses, and be a blessing to us. Walt Whitman.
Braves Country HD. YouTube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail 3-0. The heart of the order coming to the plate. Nick Martinez back on the bump. The right-hander gets set with Sean Murphy digging in, and the first pitch is right there on the outer edge at the knees, and it's 0-1. 89-mile-an-hour cutter. The 0-1 delivery swung on and grounded over towards third. Machado got it. He scoops it, flips it over to first, and gets the catcher running by about a step and a half. Braves trail 3-0. Still a long way to go in this one. As Atlanta should be able to get to Nick Martinez. First pitch on the way to Eddie Rosario is a swing and a miss. It's 0-1. Rosario swinging over the curveball. The 0-1 pitch swung on and hit hard towards the first base dugout, and it's quickly 0-2. The 0-2 on the way. Fastball swung on and fouled back out of play. Do it again at 0-2. Eddie Rosario had that big double down the line last night, becoming the winning run when Orlando Arcia drove him in from second. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt, and it's quickly 1-2. The 1-2 pitch to Eddie is fastball high and out of the zone. Evens up the count at 2-2. Rosario digs in, and the 2-2 pitch on the way, fouled back. We'll do it again. It's 2-2. Standing on deck, Orlando Arcia. The 2-2 pitch inside. Ball 3. We got a full count. So a full count, one away. Rosario digs in. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Nasty changeup. Just pulled the string on that one. Good pitch by Martinez. And there's 2 away. Eddie Rosario came out of his shoes ready for that one. First pitch on the way to Arcia is on the outer edge for a strike. Cutter, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch swung on and grounded right up the middle. Backhanded by Kim. Kim's going to have to throw off his back foot. He'll make the play. Nice play by Kim. 4-3 put out will end the inning. We'll head to break. Kim, Nola, and Grisham are heading to the dish.
You know what this has to do with? What? The man in the cape. I bet you he is mixed up in this. I don't trust men in capes.
And you can't cast aspersions on someone just because they're wearing a cape. Superman wore a cape. I'll be damned if I'm going to stand here and let you say something bad about him.
All right, Superman's the exception.
Braves Country HD covers the whole SEC the whole season long.
Dobbs heaves it. They're bunched up in the end zone. It's tipped up. It's caught. It is caught. Juwan Jennings.
Just the start of things. First quarter at the Geeta Bowl in Jacksonville. And Walker digs to the right. Gets outside. The 35. Look out. He's past midfield and he's got a blocker. Cuts to the inside. Herschel Walker. There he goes again.
Straight up the middle. Touchdown. Delayed reaction, but Tebow got in. Oh, jump pass. How about that? Oh, my gosh. That looks like 1955. Holy cow.
Armchair.
SEC! SEC!
Christian Yelich, a single and a run. Very dangerous hitter. The crowd is on their feet. We're down to one strike, Braves Country. Cross everything. So many heroes here. Wow! Called third strike. He got caught watching the paint dry, and that's it. The Atlanta Braves will head to the National League Championship Series. They knock out the Milwaukee Brewers, a team that everyone had forgotten about. Everyone had left for dead. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, San Diego Padres, game 2 of a 4-game set, 3-0 San Diego. We will bring you Sunday night's game as well, 7:08 first pitch. And the first pitch on the way from Schuster to start the inning is a strike to Kim. It's 0-1. Kim taking all the way on him. Inside pitch. The 0-1 pitch to Kim. Swung on and hit high and deep into center field. Going back on the warning track, but will have room. And Hilliard squeezes it for out number 1. News out of New York today has Justin Verlander of the New York Mets as the first pitch on the way is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch on the way right there, top shelf for a strike, taken all the way, and it's quickly 0-2 to Nola. Nola asked for time for a second. Justin Verlander said that he's expecting to be back by the end of the April, but if you listen to Buck Showalter, his manager, as the 0-2 pitch misses out of the zone, it's 1-2, down and inside. His manager, Buck Showalter, made it sound like it wasn't necessarily the case, as they're going to take their time. The 1-2 pitch off the plate wide, it's 2-2. Schuster's been getting out in front. If you're just joining us tonight, he's been getting out in front and then falling behind and losing batters. The 2-2 pitch, fastball out of the zone, ball 3-2. 67 pitches already with 1 out in the third. The 3-2 pitch, swing, and hits it hard down the third base line, but foul. We'll do it again on a full count. He timed that up pretty good, just could not keep it straight. The 3-2, Swung on and hit high and deep down the left field line, up on the track, up against the wall. Eddie Rosario will make the catch and tap his glove on the wall. That's how close that one was. Loud out number 2 will bring Trent Grisham to the plate. First pitch on the way to Grisham is off the plate and down below the knees. It's 1-0. Grisham struck out his first time up. The 1-0. Down below the knees, fastball misses. It's 2-0. Slider fastball to start the at-bat. The 2-0. Swung on and hit hard on the ground over to first. Olson's got it. He flips it to Schuster's covering the bag. He'll make the catch and step on the pillow. And we've got ourselves a 1-2-3 inning. When we come back, Ozuna, Hilliard, and Acuna coming to the plate.
Oh, I just realized, if they get divorced and live in 2 separate places, that's twice as many visits. Imagine if I had to see them both on the same day. It's like running a double marathon.
That's the beauty of baseball. There's no time limit. You have to let the other guy have an opportunity. It's not basketball. We can run the clock out and pass it around and foul each other for the last 3 minutes of the game. We're not running the ball up the middle or taking a knee like it is in football. You have to face your opponent. Your opponent has every opportunity down to the very last pitch of the game to win a game. That's the beauty of baseball. That's why I love baseball the way I do. The DH, I'm an American League guy. You know that. I love the DH. I understand league people wouldn't want it, and I don't think they should do it in both leagues. Keep it the way it is. What's wrong with the DH?
Yeah, because if you put the DH in the National League, the American League would never win another World Series. It would make it an even playing field.
I don't think that's exactly how it would play out.
Armchair.
Now, for me, I wasn't good enough to guess pitches. I looked for one pitch, every at-bat, every pitch, fastball right down the middle. Yeah. That's it. As soon as I saw it, I would swing. So I'd look fastball down the middle every single pitch, and my approach was to stay to right center field.
One afternoon on the Brooklyn waterfront, a boy named William Cummings, known to his friends as Candy, noticed that he could make a clamshell curve when he hurled it through the air and began to wonder if he might be able to do the same thing one day with a baseball. In April 1867, now pitching for the Brooklyn Excelsiors, Candy Cummings tried out his new pitch. Though it was outlawed, everyone started throwing the curveball. Purists were appalled.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail at 3-0. They'll come to the plate with the 8, 9, and 1 hitters due up. Marcell Ozuna will lead it off with Sam Hilliard standing on deck. The first pitch to Ozuna is down below the knees, wide and out of the zone. It is 1-0. Ozuna hitting just .059. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss, took something off of that, and it's quickly 1-1. Ozuna, bit of an open stance, righty-righty matchup. The pitch is on the way and just misses off the plate. It's 2-1. A full house here in Truist Park. The 2-1 pitch. Curveball bangs off the plate and out of the zone, and it's now 3-1 to Ozuna. Left-handed hitting Sam Hilliard on deck, Acuna in the hole. So sitting dead red on a 3-1 delivery. Here's the windup to pitch. Swung on and hammered high. Driven deep. It's going back. Jackpot over the wall. It's a solo shot, and the Braves are on the board. Marcell Ozuna parks that into deep left center field, 440 feet, 110 miles an hour off the bat, and it's 3-1. He absolutely crushed that pitch. Good piece of hitting by Ozuna. Braves are going to need the runs tonight. So with all the injuries to their pitching staff, they were forced to bring Jared Schuster back up. They were able to do that and not miss, as the first pitch on the way to Hilliard is fouled off the plate, and it's 0-1. In case you missed this, Colin McHugh has gone to the IL. So when he went to the IL, typically when you send a guy down to the minors, you have to wait 10 days. But because of the IL stint, that's waived. The 0-1 pitch on the way to Hilliard, and he bounces it off the plate foul. It's 0-2. Standing on deck is Ronald Acuna. Braves trail 3-1. The 0-2 pitch. High and out of the zone. It's 1-2. 92-mile-an-hour fastball from Martinez. The 1-2 delivery. Just below the knees and off the plate. Good take by Hilliard. Changeup. Very similar to the one that he pulled the strikeout with last inning. It's 2-2. The 2-2 to Sam. And changeup misses again. Same area, same pitch. 3-2. Trying to get him to chase that changeup out of the zone. Hilliard blowing a big bubble, getting ready for the 3-2 delivery. Here's the windup in the pitch, and changeup off the plate and called strike 3. Terrible call by Paul Emmel. Absolutely awful. A good 2 to 3 inches off the plate. Hilliard just kind of bent backwards with a grimace. Didn't say much to the home plate umpire. He heads back to the dugout. So that'll bring Ronald Acuna Jr. to the plate. Acuna steps up, and the first pitch is a curveball down out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0 down below the knees, 2-0. 2-0 delivery to Ronald, and it is a sinker right there at the knees. Looked like it might have been below the zone, but they'll call it a strike. It's 2-1. 2-1 to Acuna. Swing, and fouls it off the plate. We'll do it once again at 2-2. On deck is Olsen. Riley in the hole. Acuna 0 for 1 with the fly out. The 2-2 pitch. High and inside, ball 3, a full count to Acuna. So Acuna digs in, getting ready for the full count delivery. Here's the pitch, and inside, check swing foul. We'll do it again at 3-2. Acuna went to pull back, but the bat just touched the ball to drive it foul. So a 3-2 pitch on the way, outside the zone, ball 4, and Acuna will take first base with 1 away, and the tying run coming to the plate. Matt Olson lumbers to the plate. He's 0 for 1. Austin Riley standing on deck. The first pitch on the way is inside. Taken all the way, and it's 1-0. Acuna dancing back and forth at first. Olson batting .323, the 1-0 pitch, and Acuna's off to the races. He is safe at second. The throw came up the line a little bit. Bogaerts tried to tag Acuna on the slide, and the ball, it would have been a bang-bang play, but the ball popped out of Bogaerts' glove, not far enough away for Acuna to be able to make it down to third. Looks like the ball hit Acuna flush on the helmet, then bounced up and hit Bogaerts in the leg. Acuna appears to be okay. So a 2-0 count to Olson on the way, and that ball is going to get in the dirt, get away from Nola, but Acuna stays at second, probably still trying to catch his breath, not to mention shake the cobwebs out after that ball hitting him in the head. So you got a 3-0 pitch to Olson, Riley on deck. Matt digs in, the 3-0's inside, ball 4. We've got runners on first and second with just one out, and Riley coming to the plate. They keep re-showing the head first slide where Acuna got hit in the ball with the helmet, but he appears to be okay. Hopefully that is the case. It's good to see him finally healthy and playing good baseball. You'd hate to see anything happen. First pitch on the way to Riley with runners on first and second is taken right there for a strike curveball, about belt high over the plate, and it's 0-1. Riley batting .308 with 2 home runs. 6 RBI and .983 OPS. The 0-1 pitch, curveball, same general area, taken for a strike again. It's 0-2. Riley must be sitting fastball because he's taking both curveballs right there about belt high that he normally drives. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt. Taken all the way, it's 1-2. Braves trail 3-1. Runners on first and second, 1 away. The 1-2 pitch swung on, and that ball is going to get down where the green grass grows. It's into the gap. Here comes Acuna around. He scores. And Olson's going to slam on the brakes. Austin Riley with a long single. I thought he might get 2 on there, but the Braves trail just 3-2 now with runners on the corners and 1 away. Good play by Trent Grisham to cut that ball off. It was rifled into the gap, and he was on his horse, got it on the first hop. Wash was holding him all the way. He might have had a chance to score, but we all know Olson doesn't necessarily run the fastest, so you don't want some kind of injury. They're going to go out and talk to Anderson. Did y'all see this thing with the St. Louis Cardinals the other day when they were playing the Braves in the outfielder, O'Neill, that was Cadillacing it around third, got benched the next day, and I guess he got called out by his manager in the press conference. I hadn't noticed it. I was doing the game, but I hadn't noticed it when it happened. No one really put a microscope on it, but when you go back and watch the video, you can see when he comes around third, I guess he thought he was going to score easily. And then he realized he had to pick up the pace, and that was the throw that Acuna gunned him down on the one hop for Murphy. If you recall that game just a few days ago. So runners on the corners, one away. Here comes Ozzie, open stance from the left side, and the first pitch gets away and rolls away. And here comes Matt Olson. He ties the game, baby. It's 3-3. It was a curveball. Looked like it bounced in front of the plate. I don't think it actually hit the plate, but it hit Nola in the chest and rolled far away. Matt Olson easily. Yeah, it bounced well in front of the plate, but took a funny hop. He blocked it well, but it hit his mask. And when it hit his mask, it rolled way far away. Olson had plenty of time to score, and Riley makes it down to second. The 1-0 pitch to Ozzie is off the plate, but called for a strike, and it's 1-1. Braves 3, Padres 3. The go-ahead run at second. The 1-1 to Ozzie. Swung on and missed. Top of the zone. 1-2. Standing on deck, Sean Murphy. The 1-2 to Ozzie. Swing and hammered down the right field line and just foul. Just fouled the diving first baseman Cronenworth underneath his glove. If that is just a few inches to the left, it's at least a double for Ozzie and a run. But instead, it's a 1-2 count with Riley leaning off of second base, one away. The 1-2 on the way, swung on and fouled down the line. We'll do it again. Nick Martinez, who had been doing pretty well as far as pitch count, is now about to deliver his 58th pitch of the evening with one away in the third. The 1-2 delivery. He kicks and deals, and that ball is in the dirt. And it gets away from the catcher, Nola. Riley stays put at second. Probably could have advanced, but he played it safe. Nick Martinez, 32 pitches in this inning after 14 and 12 in the previous innings. The 2-2 on the way. Swung on and grounded over towards first. On it is Cronenworth. He's going to step on first for the out number 2. Riley does make it down to third base. So the go-ahead run 90 feet away, but there is 2 away. Sean Murphy's coming to the plate. Good hustle by Cronenworth. He scooped it up. He realized it would have been close if he would have had to flip that to Martinez, so he went ahead and took the out himself. Righty-righty matchup. Murphy steps to the plate, and he swings at the first pitch and drags it foul down the third base line. It's 0-1. If you're just joining us, the Braves trailed 3-0 coming into this inning. The 0-1 pitch. Strike 2. A swing and a miss on the outside. Kind of a check swing. It's 0-2. It all got started with an Ozuna solo shot. The 1-2 pitch, same pitch. This time he stayed off it. It's 1-2. It registers as a slider, but as his cutter, but his slider really works more like a slider. The 1-2 pitch. Inside, swing and a miss, strike 3, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Atlanta Braves put 3 on the board and tie it up. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Major League Baseball, the Atlanta Braves host the San Diego Padres. This evening, Jack Flaherty will go head-to-head with Woodruff as the Cardinals invade Milwaukee to take on the Brew Crew. That's at the Rockies at 8:40. Blue Jays and Angels at 9:38. And the late pitch tonight, 9:40 Eastern, the Los Angeles Dodgers at the Arizona Diamondbacks. New York Mets rotation could be getting reinforcements soon. Justin Verlander said he expects to return from a muscle strain before the end of April. The righty upped his throwing intensity to 75% on Friday while throwing on the field before New York faced off against the Marlins. Quote, general soreness I was having is really dissipating quickly, all positive signs. Really close to being able to take off the leash. Mets manager Buck Showalter expressed more caution. Quote, he's progressing really well and he'll be ready as quickly as that injury will dictate. We're pretty careful about things like that. Verlander, last year, returning from Tommy John surgery, posted a 1.75 ERA, a .83 whip, 5.9 WAR in 28 starts, 18-4 record in the American League Cy Young Award. And the Philadelphia Phillies lose yet another first baseman. Derek Hall will undergo surgery for a torn ligament in his right thumb. Hall suffered the injury Wednesday during the loss to the Yankees when his hand landed on second base while he was trying to stretch a single in the fourth inning to a double and hoped to return some point in 2023. Hall started all 5 games at first base for the Phillies, taking over there when Rhys Hoskins' knee surgery ended his season. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned on youtube.com at Braves Country. Welcome back, Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves tied up 3-3. First pitch on the way from Schuster. Right there, first strike, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Taking first strike low, it's 0-2. Make that 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Swung on and fouled down the line. Olsen gives chase. The ball just out of his reach. Would have been a circus catch over there in between first and right field in foul territory, and it's a loud strike. So Schuster goes back to work. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Good pitch by Schuster. Slider diving out of the zone towards his ankles. And there's one away. So a 3-3 your score, and Schuster gets ready to go back to work. First pitch on the way is down below the knees. Right there, first strike, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch to Bogarts, taken for a ball, it's 1-1. Schuster quickly back to work. The 1-1 delivery. Fastball right there, first strike inside, and it's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. On the way, dragged over towards third base. Riley's got it. He charges, kicks it over to Olsen. A 5-3 putout. Sharp defensive play by Austin Riley. And there's 2 away. Schuster's asking for a new ball. So that'll reset the clock. First pitch on the way to Juan Soto. It's taken for a strike, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 to Soto. Swing and a miss. Slider just below the knees, outer edge, it's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch from Schuster. As he gets the sign, spins, kicks, and deals, and it is in the dirt, taken all the way by Soto, 1-2. Braves 6-1 on this young season. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt, ball 2, it's 2-2. The 2-2 delivery swung on and hit high and deep into right field, going back on the track, making the leap at the wall. Ronald Acuna Jr. steals extra bases from Juan Soto. Out number 3. What a catch. We'll be right back.
I was in the pool! I was in the pool!
Bobby Bowden, you're the coach for me. Bobby Bowden, please stay in Tallahassee. Them Gator fans used to joke and clown when Florida State would come to town. But they stopped laughing thanks to Bobby P.
There are quite a few people here whose lives have somewhat changed overnight. They have blown up. They've got brand deals and money just being thrown at them left and right. And with that success, oftentimes they are accused of changing and selling out. And I want to be very clear about the type of person I am and will always be, because if and when that day comes, I want people to know that it has always been my goal to sell out, and you won't be able to talk to me, peasant. Anyway, still don't have a job. Armchair.
That is a Dave & Buster's Power Card. Yes. Now, does your Dave & Buster's card work at any other similar establishments, like, say, TGI Fridays? Mine does not. No, it doesn't. Believe me, I've tried it. Several locations. Okay, well, yeah, because if you recall, I've actually been with you on many of those occasions where you've tried. Right.
By the spring of 1861, there were 62 member clubs in the National Association of Baseball Players. Free blacks in northern cities had established their own teams, and Henry Chadwick was trying to start a baseball club in Richmond, Virginia, when the new season was suddenly interrupted.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, San Diego Padres, all knotted up at 3. If you're just joining us, Padres jumped out to a 3-0 lead. Last inning, the Atlanta Braves came back and tied it up. A home run by Ozuna. That catch at the wall by Acuna, he was at his apex. If you're familiar with the right field wall, just underneath the Coors Light lettering, right there on the brick. And he had to go to the very top. Juan Soto just had to tip his cap and say, great catch, because it was an outstanding catch. So that'll bring Eddie Rosario to the plate, and the first pitch on the way, Martinez, is a fastball called for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Rosario 0 for 1 with the strikeout, but a big hit last night. The 0-1 pitch swung on and grounded hard over to first. Cronenworth got it. He'll step on the pillow, and there's one away. Orlando Arcia will come to the plate. Last night's hero, 3 for 4 with a home run, a double, and the game-winning single to walk it off. First pitch on the way to Orlando is down below the knees, taken for a ball. It's 1-0. Such a great story for Orlando Arcia. The 1-0 pitch inside. Ball 2, it's 2-0. Bit of a journeyman his whole career. Comes over in the trade to the Braves and has made a home, and now is the 2-0 pitch. Top shelf right there on the corner. It's 2-1. Now finds himself in the starting lineup and playing well in a 3-year contract extension to boot on opening day. The 2-1 pitch swung on and hit high and deep into left field, going back on the track at the wall. Juan Soto will make the catch about 2 feet in front of the wall. Ball looked like it was about to take off, but just died there on the track. I don't know if the wind knocked that down because it really looked like it had a chance. So that'll bring Marcell Ozuna. Last time he was up, that wind did not knock anything down. A 440-foot solo blast. First pitch on the way to Ozuna. Ozuna is taken for a strike, and it's 0-1. Nick Martinez at 70 pitches. The 0-1. Fastball, outer edge, called for a strike. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch to Marcell. Curveball bends just off the plate outside, tried to get him to chase. Good eye by Marcell, and it's 1-2. The 1-2 swung on and hit hard, but right at Bogarts at short. Bogarts grabs it, flips it to first, and it's a 6-3 putout to end the inning. It's a 3 up, 3 down. We'll be back in a moment here on Braves Country Baseball.
Max, a woman in my section wants to know if we do anything gluten-free. What do I tell her? Tell her she's not allergic to gluten. She's just masking an eating disorder.
Who wins in a cage match of Ronda Rousey and Bruce Jenner versus Ronda Rousey and Bruce Jenner, or Caitlyn Jenner, versus Michael Sam and Ray Rice? Well, I tried to make it as even as possible.
Armchair.
Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long, giving you Braves Country Baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country Baseball right here on the key.
Listen, that's a bunch of hooey, that soft and cuddly feeling. We're going to hug a thug, and if we give them, another popsicle and an icy and a day out at the park, they're going to be good. Y'all need to wake up. They'll eat your ice cream on Saturday and shoot up the rivals on Saturday night.
I heard that this year we at Harvard won the baseball championship because we have a pitcher who has a fine curveball. I am further instructed that the purpose of the curveball is to deliberately deceive the batter. Harvard is not in the business of teaching deception. Charles Eliot, president of Harvard College.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, San Diego Padres tied up at 3 apiece as we begin inning number 5. Atlanta sends Schuster back out to the mound versus Machado, and the first pitch is taken for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 misses high and outside. It's 2-0. Schuster quickly back to work. The 2-0 pitch swung on, and that ball's going to get down into the gap off the wall. Rosario's got it. He'll relay it into the infield, and it's a leadoff double for Machado. Good piece of hitting by Machado. He just drilled that right into the gap. The ball got way too much of the plate. Schuster's probably fortunate that it stayed in the park. First pitch on the way from Schuster to Cruz is a fastball down below the knees, taken for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 from Schuster. Outside wide, 2-0. Got to figure he's got to be at the end of his string. 90 pitches on the night. The 2-0 from the lefty. Swung on and hit hard over to third. Diving attempt by Riley. Under his glove, it's into left field. Rosario's got it. He'll fire it into the infield. Machado had to hold up. So he goes from second to third, but there's nobody out and runners on the corners. Honestly, kind of surprised that Schuster was sent back out there for inning number 5. And when he gave up that double, you kind of thought that could be the end of the line, but they were trying to get as many innings as they could out of him. Once again, there's probably going to be a rain out tomorrow. It's supposed to start raining mid-afternoon and rain all throughout the night tomorrow night. Brian Snicker's finally going to come out and talk to Schuster, and I think he's trying to buy time as Michael Tonkin is getting warm in the pen. He's out there talking to him. Now he'll make the move. So we'll take a quick break. When we come back, Tonkin's going to try to get out of one heck of a mess. It's tied up in Atlanta.
Hi, I'm going to be your waitress because my mother drank.
Pete Rose, a very unforgettable moment took place in All-Star Game history back in 1970 in Cincinnati. And as we run it up here, I wonder if you'd talk about it and describe it.
Well, I'm running third. Hickman got to hit the center, and I start to slide head first right there, but I saw I couldn't be safe because Fossey was blocking the plate, and it was my advantage because he was reaching for the ball, and I happened to hit him at the right time, and I scored the winning run in an extra inning ball game. And I missed 3 games, but unfortunately he separated his shoulder and played the next month with that, and it sort of ruined his career. But I think you have to try to do anything. I think that was a clean slide because of the way he was positioned at the plate. You're no catcher, you know what I mean? And I didn't try to hurt anybody because he was at my house till 3 in the morning the night before, and I was just trying to be safe playing in Cincinnati.
Thank you, Pete. Back up to you.
Armchair.
Must be sitting on the slider. The Braves standing room only now. Matzik trying to deliver in the biggest moment of his career so far. Runners on second and third, 2 away. The Braves lead by 2. Fastball swung on and missed. Sit down, baby. Matzik comes in and absolutely yaks the whole side.
Because we've been playing it fundamentally the same way for so long, the way that we can find the benchmarks that cross generations and cross decades is to be able to use these statistics as if they were labels. They aren't numbers. 300 hitter is not a number. The 300 hitter is a tag that means something today, as it did in 1930, as it did in 1890. So the statistics become a means by which we can connect to the permanence. I can make that comparison with my father, who could have made it with his father.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves tied up, but trouble of brewing as the Padres have runners on the corners, nobody out. Michael Tonkin comes in for Jared Schuster. Schuster responsible for the 2 men on base. He's given up 3 earned runs. And the first pitch on the way from Tonkin is swung on and fouled down the line. Mighty hack was taken by Cronenworth. It's 0-1. Schuster, 4 innings, 3 earned runs, 4 walks, 4 strikeouts. and 6 hits. The 0-1 pitch swung on and hit high and deep into left field. That should get Machado home. Rosario makes the catch. He'll throw it to second, and Machado trots across home plate, making it 4-3. Good piece of hitting there, just trying to get that go-ahead run in. So that'll bring the righty-righty matchup of Kim versus Tonkin to the plate, and the first pitch on the way to Kim. He tries to drop a drag bunt, and the ball goes foul. It's 0-1. Good idea by Kim trying to catch the Braves right-hander sleeping. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. 93-mile-an-hour fastball, top shelf. And it's 0-2. Kim 0 for 1 with the walk. Does have a home run on the year, 833 OPS on the young season. The 0-2 pitch. Michael Tonkin kicks and deals, and fastball outside wide. It's 1-2. Padres jumped out to an early 3-0 lead. Braves climbed back a couple innings ago to make it 3-3. Now San Diego takes the 1-run lead. The 1-2 pitch swung on and hit high, but not very deep. Playable by Hilliard in left center. He'll make the catch, calling off Rosario, and there's 2 away. Everyone else in the division of note has already played. Phillies won, Mets won. Marlins lost to the Mets. First pitch on the way from Tonkin, misses outside the zone. Looked like the slider. It's 1-0. The 1-0 to Nola, swung on and fouled straight back, and it's 1-1. Austin Nola, the hind catcher for the San Diego Padres, brother of starting pitcher Aaron Nola of the Phillies, 476 OPS, a walk and an RBI today. The 1-1 pitch, right there at the knees. Nice slider, called for a strike, and it's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch swing and fouls it straight down the line. We'll do it again at 1-2. San Diego Padres 3-4 on the season. Braves 6-1. If you missed the game last night, it was a thriller. Atlanta walked it off in the bottom of the ninth. A back and forth seesaw game. Good game overall by both teams. The 1-2 pitch off the plate wide, just below the knees. It's 2-2. Good take by Nola. Braves are trying to get him fishing. The 2-2. Off the plate. Why did he go around? He did not. First base umpire, Chad Fairchild. No, Chad Fairchild is going to ring him up. Strike 3. Nola does not like it. Tonkin's stomping off the mound. Pretty good showing for Tonkin, who inherited a mess and only gave up the one inherited runner. So we'll take a quick break. When we come back, the Braves will grab the bats, trailing by 1.
Hey, this isn't my coffee. Where's my finely ground quinoa blend from Starbucks?
That's it. Daphne put an eggshell and some allspice in it.
Didn't that just dress it up? Let us get something clear. I am not a morning person. I have to ease into my day slowly. First, I have my coffee. Sans eggshells or anything else one tends to pick out of the garbage.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
If there's anything I could change about the league to make it better, probably just all the guys sitting resting. That's the only thing I probably don't like. Just play, man. If you 80%, you got to play. I don't like all the sitting, missing games and stuff. Like these people might have enough money to come to one game. You know what I'm saying? And that might be the game they come to, and then you sitting out. You know what I'm saying? So I take pride in trying to play every game because I don't know. It might be one fan that has never seen me play, and I'm trying to play. So that's the only thing I don't like. Guys just sitting out.
Armchair.
Who is on first?
What are you asking me for? I don't know.
When the University of Illinois played Northwestern, Illinois rooters fired blanks into the air. Much more convenient than yelling, the campus paper said, and has a better effect on the visiting team. And when the Princeton Tigers beat Yale, their fans roared right onto the field.
Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back, Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trailed by 1. We head to the bottom of the 5th. And Sam Hilliard comes to the plate, and the first pitch he'll swing and take it deep out of play. Foul over the third base dugout. And it's 0-1. Cutter right down the pipe that he just missed the timing of. The 0-1 pitch. Curveball, swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. Padres running Anderson back out there for one more inning. Standing on deck is Acuna. The 0-2 pitch swung on. That ball's going to get ripped down into the right field corner, cutting it off. Good play by Azekar is going to keep Hilliard to a long single, but an absolute smoke shot underneath the diving glove of Cronenworth, and the Braves got something cooking here in the bottom of the 5th. Hilliard with good speed as the center fielder will lead off. Leaning towards second, Acuna takes the first pitch for a strike. And it's 0-1. Sinker right above the knees on the inner cut. The 0-1 pitch swung on and grounded over to third. Machado's got it. He's going to flip it over to second, and it's going to be a 5-4-3. Does not get the double play as Acuna was busting it down the line. So you'll trade out Hilliard for Acuna and 1 away. Good hustle by Acuna. He's always a threat to take second. So maybe a pretty good trade-off there. They'll flip it over to first to try to keep Acuna at bay. So there's the first offering to first. If you're new to listening on the new season, the new base running rules is the first pitch is a fastball right down the pipe at the knees for a strike to Olsen. It's 0-1. You can only offer towards a runner twice. If you offer a third time, you have to get him or it's an automatic balk. The 0-1. Down below the knees for a ball. It's 1-1. Sinker changeup to start the at-bat for Martinez. Martinez at 81 pitches now. The 1-1. Swing and a miss, curveball, and on the play, Acuna is off to the races. He'll swipe second. It's going to be a 1-2 count on Olson. The base actually popped out of the ground, but Acuna kept his hand on the entire bag, including the stick that keeps it in the ground. He pulled it out of the ground to lay it back where it was. But Acuna is safe. So there's going to be a bit of a delay trying to put the base back together. Be a good time to go ahead and start the turn back time as the Braves groundkeeper comes out. On this date in 1873, future Hall of Famer John McGraw, an excellent player best known for managing the Giants for 31 seasons, is born in Truxton, New York, a town named after America's first Navy commanding officers. The 5'7" Little Napoleon, as he was called, played a vital role as an infielder on the pennant-winning 1890s Baltimore Oriole teams. As the 1-2 pitch is swung on and hit high and deep down the right field line, bending just foul over the wall. If that's straight, it's a home run. It's 1-2. Good swing by Olson. The 1-2 on the way. Swung on and grounded foul. We'll do it again. It's 1-2. The 1-2 to Olson as he digs in. 100 miles an hour off the bat, that ball that went into the right field corner. The fastball misses high and out of the zone. It's 2-2. Little Napoleon, as they called McGraw, was one of the pioneers of the Baltimore chop that people still reference to today. He was born on this date in 1873. The 2-2 pitch. Fastball high out of the zone. It's 3-2. Good eye by Olson. So you got a full count, runner on second in Acuna. A single would tie the game. Here's the 3-2 from Martinez to Olson. On the way, in the dirt, ball 4. Matt Olson will take first base with Riley coming to the plate. On this date in 1977, Frank Sinatra keeps his promise to Tommy Lasorda by singing the Star-Spangled Banner on opening day at Dodger Stadium. Old Blue Eyes told the team's skipper that he would perform the national anthem if his good friend ever became the LA manager. We got a mound visit. We'll see if there's going to be a pitching change. Looks like that they're coming out to talk to Martinez. So they might be giving him one last shot. Runners on first and second and one away. Austin Riley coming to the plate. On this date, 1984, Dwight Gooden gives up 3 hits and 1 run in 5 innings at his major league debut for the New York Mets, earning the victory when the Mets beat Houston 5-3. The 19-year-old rookie right-hander so anxious to get to the Astrodome before his start, he arrived so early that he had to jump a fence to gain entry into the ballpark. That was in 1984. And on this date in Braves history, 1987, Rick Mailer blanks the Phillies 6-0 for his 3rd opening day shutout. The Braves right-hander ties a National League record with his trio of whitewashes shared by Rip Sewell of the Pirates and Chris Short of the Phillies, respectively. And that's your turn back time for April 7th. The mound visit is done. Martinez to face Riley. The first pitch is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Sinker sailing in. Riley 2 for 2 with 2 singles. The 1-0 for Martinez inside. They're going to call that a Really generous strike call, and it's 1-1. It's really odd how sometimes Emil is squeezing the pitchers and other times he's giving extremely wide calls. The 1-1 pitch right there at the knees called for a strike. It's 1-2. Standing on deck is the switch hitting Ozzie Albies. Milwaukee leads St. Louis 1-0 in the third. They're wearing their City Connects tonight. Milwaukee is the 1-2 pitch. High and out of the zone. Ball 2. It's 2-2. I don't know if y'all have seen the new Brave City Connects. I like them. I don't think they're that outstanding, but I think they're solid. Much better than a lot of the others. The 2-2. Inside, ball 3. Nola drops the ball, but it stays right there. So you got a full count on Riley. 2 on, but there is just 1 away. Will they send him? Martinez steps off the mound for a second, now gains his composure. Just 8 seconds left on the pitch clock. The 3-2 pitch. Inside, ball 4. They checked down the line. Did he go around? He did not, and the bases are juiced. Close inside pitch. They're showing the replay on whether or not he went around, but he didn't. It was fairly close, but it looks like Riley held up. Never broke his wrists. So Ozzie Albies steps to the plate. I think there's a good chance Martinez is getting pulled here, as the Padres do have guys going in the bullpen. Maybe it's just a powwow with his teammates, and it looks like that's exactly what it is. Now, whether or not they're buying time. Switch hitting Ozzie Albies is at the plate. Sean Murphy stands on deck. Rosario is in the hole. So you've got a switch righty-lefty situation. So the mound visit is over. And the first pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is taken for a strike. Curveball. It's 0-1. A fly ball would tie the game. Braves want to stay out of that double play. Bases loaded, 1 away. The 0-1 swung on and fouled down the line. Just kind of flipped his bat out there. Man, that ball got a lot closer than I thought it did. It was just foul down the left field line. Just kind of flicked the bat out there. Almost got into one. Dropped maybe 4 feet in the left field corner just before you run out of foul territory down there in left field. So the 0-2 to Ozzie on the way in the dirt. Curveball taken all the way. Good eye by Ozzie, and it's 1-2. Braves trail by 1. The bases are loaded. But a 1-2 count to Ozzie. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Ozzie looked like he was kind of handcuffed on that one. Might have been looking for the off-speed pitch. They pumped the cutter on the outer edge and just behind the pitch. So it'll come down to Sean Murphy. Righty-righty matchup. The first pitch on the way to Murphy misses inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Murphy's 0 for 2 with a ground out, a strikeout, batting just .200. Newly acquired Atlanta Brave from the Oakland A's in the offseason. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike one. It's 1-1. Threw that cutter. Got way out in front of it. The 1-0 pitch to the 1-1 pitch to Murphy is curveball off the plate wide. It's 2-1. Nowhere to put Murphy. Murphy's got to be sitting dead red in the strike zone. The 2-1 pitch. On the way, kicks and deal. Ball 3. Sinker way out of the zone. Tried to get him to chase that, but it was well below the knees. So nowhere to put Murphy. Trailing by just 1. A 3-1 count. Braves fans on their feet trying to will Sean Murphy. The 3-1 down below the knees. Ball 4, and the game is tied. And that'll bring a pitching change. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, base is still loaded, but the game is tied.
Are you okay, pal?
I had a rough day on the job.
Are you going home now?
I was about to.
Well then, you just fulfilled the first rule of law enforcement. Make sure when your shift is over, you go home alive.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Well, there's been so much going on. We have so much to talk about tonight, so let's just get right to it. All righty.
I'm not going to White Washington. I let my church down, and I let my family down.
And didn't we let something else down, like our trousers? Armchair.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
The best of us keep as much of that childhood with us as we grow into adulthood as we can muster. And the most creative, the most happy, the most fortunate of us are those who don't lose the sense of play. And even after we're past the point of being able to actually play the game with any skill, if we love it, then it's like Peter Pan. We remain boys forever. We don't die.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Hit the out-of-town scoreboard real quick while we wait for them to come back to play. Cincinnati beat the Reds 5-2 earlier today. Washington over Colorado 4-0. That game is just in the second inning. Milwaukee 2, St. Louis 0 in the fourth. Cubs over the Rangers 2-0. That's a final. These are all finals. Baltimore over the Yankees 7-6. Seattle beats Cleveland 5-3. And Minnesota in extras beat the Astros 3-2. Pirates all over Lucas Giolito and the White Sox 13-9. Kansas City 3-1 over San Fran. Tampa Bay still undefeated 9-5 over Oakland. Brent Honeywell comes in for the San Diego Padres. And the first pitch on the way to Honeywell is swung on and hit high and deep, going back. Did it stay fair? A loud strike. Eddie Rosario hit that one into the moonlight, and it just bent foul of the right field foul pole past the chop house. Actually, that might have actually got into the chop house. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. So close. The 0-2 pitch on the way. And swing and a miss, strike 3. Rosario down on strike, so close to busting this game open, but instead we're tied. Heading to the 6th, it's 4-4 in Atlanta.
Bowling's insane! Bowling is crazy time! Bowling? I don't think so, George. You get no rush from bowling. Rush? You want a rush? Drop a ball on your toe, my friend. Talk about a rush. You'll be throbbing. You'll see vision.
At Jewelers Mutual, we're a little obsessed with jewelry. Obsessed like auctioneers with talking fast.
50, we're going to 50.
Pop stars with auto-tune. And dentists with asking questions.
How did he propose?
After they've put their hands in your mouth.
Great.
Yes, we've made jewelry our obsession for over 100 years. We love it so much, we named our kids Ruby, Amber, and Opal.
Venti soy latte for Opal?
At Jewelers Mutual, we insure jewelry and only jewelry, which is why people who are also obsessed with jewelry trust us with theirs.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
The most popular and most notorious star of the 19th century was Michael Joseph King Kelly, the sure-handed catcher for the Chicago White Stockings. He was so skilled at stealing bases, he once stole 6 in a single game, that he inspired a popular song, Slide, Kelly, Slide. He sometimes cut across the diamond, skipping second altogether when the umpire was not looking. Kelly drank as hard as he competed. Once, A.G. Spaulding put Pinkerton detectives on his trail and accused him of having been in a saloon at 3 a.m. drinking lemonade. Kelly was indignant. It was straight whiskey, he said. I never drank a lemonade at that hour in my life.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves have just tied it up. It's 4-4. Another seesaw battle versus the Padres. We're getting set for the top of the 6th inning here on Friday Night Baseball. And Tonkin is coming back out there to pitch, and the first pitch on the way is a strike. Sinker right over the heart of the plate. It's 0-1. Tonkin versus Trent Grisham. The 0-1 pitch. Check swing foul. It's 0-2. Grisham 0 for 2 with a strikeout, a ground out. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt. Slider taken all the way. It's 1-2. San Diego 4, Atlanta 4. Game 2 of the homestand, the 1-2 pitch. Off the plate wide, it's 2-2. Standing on deck is the number 9 hitter, Azakar, and then the top of the order. The 2-2 pitch. Slider down below the knees taken. It's 3-2. So quickly up 0-2. Now has fallen back behind 3-2. Tonkin kicks the payoff pitch. Swing! And fouls it down the line. Do it again. The Atlanta Braves, 6th inning. When they come up to bat, it'll be Arcia, Ozuna, and Hilliard due up. Nobody out. A full count to Grisham. Here's the pitch. Sinker, top of the zone. Did he go around? He did not. And it's a leadoff walk by Tonkin. Very close to the top of the zone. Home plate umpire Paul Emmel hasn't really been given that high strike. It's showing on the pitch track that it barely touched the top of the zone, so you could argue it was a strike, but he has not been giving that. The first pitch on the way to Azakar is a strike at the top corner. It's 0-1. Azakar 1 for 2 with a single, a run, a stolen base. Speedy right fielder, righty-righty matchup with him and Tonkin. Here's the pitch. He drops down a bunt. It's a comebacker. Tonkin, he'll get it, flip it over to first, and it's a 1-3 put out, but the runner, the go-ahead run, goes down to second. Padres playing small ball here in the 6th inning. You don't see that a lot anymore, especially this early in the game. Good play by Tonkin. Had to jump off the mound quickly to get the ball over to Olsen. As the first pitch on the way from Tonkin to Xander Bogaerts, taken for a strike at the knees. Slider, it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Just off the plate wide. Sinker misses. It's 1-1. Juan Soto stands on deck. Can't imagine Tonkin will face him. If Bogaerts reaches, I would think they'll pull him. If not, they'll automatically walk him. The 2-1. 1-1. Misses outside wide. It's now 2-1. So he's gone slider, sinker, slider. Pitching Bogaerts away on all 3 pitches. The 2-1 pitch. Check swing. Hit over to the right side, and the Braves were in a shift, and the ball's going to trickle through the infield for an RBI single, and the Padres grab the 5-4 lead. Bogaerts getting kind of a laugh from the dugout as they all know that he did not mean to swing that bat. The ball just kind of bounced off his bat, and nobody was over there, as they had Ozzie played up the middle, just right of the second base bag. If Ozzie's over in normal depth, it's an out. So there's 1 out, 1 on. San Diego leads by 1, and Juan Soto comes to the plate. Wonder how Tonkin will. He pitched Bogaerts away all 4 pitches, which led to that single. First pitch on the way to Soto is sinker, top of the zone. It's 1-0. Sinker's really more of a 2-seamer. The 1-0 pitch. Check swing right there for a strike, and it's 1-1. The 1-1 from Tonkin. Swung on and grounded over to second. Ozzie's got it, spins, fires it to second. There's the force out. Arcia's going to put the ball in his back pocket. No chance to get Soto, who was flying down the line. See, they get the force play, 2 away, but Soto stands on first. So with Soto on first, Manny Machado comes to the plate. Righty-righty matchup. And the first pitch, swing and a miss. Two-seamer right there on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1 from Tonkin. Kicks and deals. Swing and a miss. Same pitch, same spot, same result. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. On the way, pitch wide. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch gets away from Murphy, goes back to the wall on the play. Soto takes second base, so they got a runner in scoring position. Ball just kind of trickled away from Murphy. So a 2-2 pitch to Machado. On the way, ball swung on and hit in the gap. Backhanded, thrown across his body. A two-hopper to Matt Olson, and the inning is over. An incredible defensive play by Arcia. 6-3 put out if you're scoring at home in the books. Arcia was essentially sitting in the third base dugout when he made that throw. We'll head to break. The Braves trail by just one run, and they'll grab the bats.
As you know, Monty, Vaughn's been working on a couple of new pitches, the Eliminator and the Humiliator, to complement his fastball, the Terminator. I heard that. Dynamite drop in, Monty. That broadcast school has really paid off.
Good afternoon. Would you like to try a free sample of our double fudge brownie?
Oh, sure. That's very good. I'll just take one more, just to be sure. Yep, still very good.
Some things never change, like never being able to take just one free sample. And Geico saving folks lots of money on their car insurance.
Is that macadamia nut I taste? You take one more.
Sir.
Yeah, I thought so.
15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
We got a tie. We need to fix it. We need a tiebreaker.
I agree. Ties are not acceptable in fantasy football. Fantasy football is about proving that you are better than your friends, not equally as good as your friends, okay? It's not communism. We're not coveting Billy Joel cassette tapes and wearing ill-fitting blue jeans.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
This helpful instructional message from the National Association of People Who Have Trouble Walking and Chewing Gum at the same time. Step, chew. Step, chew. Step, chew. Step, chew.
If I could change anything about basketball, it'd be to get rid of the X Games.
Armchair.
Mayhem seemed to follow John McGraw wherever he went. When he got into a fist fight with the opposing third baseman in Boston in 1894, both benches empty. Fans began brawling. Someone set the stands on fire, and the entire wooden ballpark and 170 neighborhood buildings went up in flames.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trail it 5-4. So close last inning from Rosario hitting a grand slam would have made such a big difference. Instead, they give up a run. The first pitch on the way from Honeywell is swung on by Arcia. He pops it up. It's an easy can of corn over to Cronenworth. And a quick first out here in the sixth. If you remember Brent Honeywell was one of the biggest prospects in baseball just a few years back, but could not stay healthy. Came over from Tampa. First pitch on the way to Marcell Ozuna. He's taken high for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch on the way, taken right there for a strike. The sweeper locked him at his knees. It's 0-2. I think Marcell might have been sitting on the heater, and that just absolutely buckled him. The 0-2 pitch down below the knees. Sweeper misses in the dirt. It's 1-2. (5-4) your score. Ozuna already with one home run on the night. The 1-2 pitch swung on and hit high and deep into center field, but Grisham's underneath it. And there's quickly 2 away. Honeywell, once thought to be a chance at being a big league frontline starter in the Padres bullpen, trying to work his way back after 3-4 years of arm injuries. First pitch on the way to Sam Hilliard is taken for a strike, 96 miles an hour right down the pipe, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 swung on and fouled off the plate. Rolling towards the dugout, it's quickly 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. Did he go around? They're going to say he did. I don't know about that one. That'll end the inning. So 1, 2, 3 inning, 7, 8, 9 batters go in order. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
Nice wallet.
Wallet.
What? Nobody carries wallets anymore. I mean, they went out with powdered wigs. Here's what you need. Just a couple of cards and your bankroll. See? Keep the big bills on the outside.
It's a 5.
Braves Country HD. On YouTube Live, we cover Braves baseball, Red Sox, Yankees, Rays, Cubs and Cardinals, and the rest of Major League Baseball. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast. If you don't have cable, you're going to be forced to read or something, man. You're going to get cable and fast.
Yeah. I mean, it's been rough.
What city did you just move to, Wilbanks?
Houston.
With somebody listening, if anybody's in Houston, please call in. We need to get Wilbanks some cable so he can watch the game tomorrow. Let's start the man a party.
Or at least do the man a solid and leave your windows open so that he can peek in at the Super Bowl.
The strange guy outside your house watching the game, he's with us. Don't worry.
Armchair.
In 1878, more than 8 million bats were sold in the United States, and players often rode to the ball field in painted carriages, singing team songs. Men who were crazy about baseball were called bugs and cranks. Women who shared their excitement were cranklets. Later, they would be called fans, short either for baseball fanciers or fanatics.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trail it by just 1 as we head to the 7th inning. You can see everyone in the chat. It's Atlanta has had some opportunities, but this is indicative of the game last night. Seesaw affair that the Braves won in the bottom of the 9th. Jimenez comes into the game, and he is going to face Nelson Cruz. And the first pitch on the way from Jimenez is a 95-mile-an-hour fastball off the plate wide. It's 1-0. The 1-0 from Joe Jimenez. Down below the knees. 94-mile-an-hour inside, and it's 2-0. Nelson Cruz, the designated hitter, leans in. The 2-0 way outside the zone. 3-0. He's gone fastball, 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 and none have hit the zone. Jimenez 1 2/3 innings so far this year with 3 hits allowed, no runs, and a strikeout. The 3-0 right there, outer edge, called for a strike, and it's 3-1. The 3-1 pitch swung on and hit high, but not very deep. Drifting back, making the play is Arcia as he calls off Ozzie Albies just past the second base bag in very shallow center field, and there's one away. So with one away, that'll bring the left-handed bat of Jake Cronenworth to the plate. Cronenworth, dangerous left-handed hitter, takes the first pitch low for a ball. It's 1-0. Game 2 of a 4-game set. We'll be back here Sunday night, 7 o'clock, 7:08 first pitch, Braves Padres, Easter night. The 1-0 pitch, outer edge, called for a strike. Good pitch by Jimenez, and it's a 1-1. The 1-1. Here's the delivery off the plate wide. It's 2-1. Fastball, 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 all hitting about 94 to 95 miles an hour. The wind's blowing out to right center. This is the 2-1 pitch. Swing, and fouls it straight back. 93-mile-an-hour fastball. We'll do it again. 2-2. Cronenworth digs in. The 2-2 off the plate wide. Ball 3. It's now 3-2. San Diego 5, Atlanta 4. The 3-2 swung on and fouled back out of play. Full count once again. Standing on deck is Kim. The 3-2 off the plate wide. Ball 4. So Cronenworth will head down to first. 1 on, 1 out. And the first pitch on the way to the right-handed Kim is a slider down below the knees taken for a ball. It's 1-0. One-0 from Jimenez, 1 on, 1 out. He looks in and kicks and deals, and inside, ball 2, it's 2-0. Brewers lead the Cardinals 2-0. Flaherty on the mound for St. Louis. Woodruff for Milwaukee. That game is in the 5th. The 2-0. Outer edge for a strike. 94 mile an hour. Taken all the way. It's 2-1. Jimenez looks in, kicks and deals. Swing, and fouls it straight back against the screen. It's 2-2. Cronenworth was running on the play. He'll retreat back to first. The 2-2 pitch. Slider on the way. Strike three, swing and a miss. That pitch had him completely fooled after so many fastballs. That ball absolutely had him fooled. Came out of the shoes. Little half-hearted swing. There's 2 away. Big strikeout for Jimenez. Jimenez, who came over from the Detroit Tigers in the offseason. First pitch on the way from Jimenez. Austin Nola is swung on and fouled down the line. Fastball ripped the third base side foul, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 delivery from Jimenez. He's going to flip, kick, and toss it over to first. Keep Cronenworth safe. Close by, Cronenworth had to dive under the tag. That was a little closer than I thought it would be. He's back safely. So 1 on, 2 away. The 0-1 pitch. Here's the deal right there at the knees. Nice slider. It's 0-2. Really don't know why he's not throwing that slider more. It's a really nasty pitch. Not that he doesn't have a good fastball, but you would think he would lean into it more. The 0-2 to Nola on the way. Swing and a miss. That slider got him swinging. He went fishing. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Time to get up and stretch, y'all. The 7th inning stretch.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you. A 1, a 2, a 3.
Casey was baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the hometown crew every stew. Casey Blue. On a Saturday, her young beau called to see if she'd like to go to see a show. But Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and be home all game.
Casey saw all the game. Knew the players by their first name. Told the umpire he was wrong all along. Good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, Casey knew what to do. Just to cheer up the boys he knew, he made the gang sing this song.
Take me out to the ball game. Come on. Me out to the crowd. I need a peanut and cracker jack. I don't care if I ever get back. Root for the home team. They don't win in the game. For it
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Bottom of the 7th inning. As we wait for them to return, we're going to go ahead and hit the birthdays for today on Braves Country Baseball. Happy 44th birthday to Adrian Beltre, the future Hall of Famer. 93.4 WAR. As the first pitch is on the way to, excuse me. First pitch is on the way to Acuna taken for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Right there for a strike. It's 1-1. I'll get my voice back here in a second. Not sure what happened there. The one pitch. It's 1-2. 1-2 delivery to Acuna. High and out of the zone. It's 2-2. The 2-2 pitch. Down below the knees. Good take by Acuna. I mean, that was borderline. That was a great eye by Acuna. It's a full count. Acuna asked for time, and it's granted to him, so he'll adjust his gloves and step out of the box for just a second. Here's the 3-2 pitch on the way, swung on and banged foul. We'll do it again. It's 3-2. Happy 44th birthday to Adrian Beltre, a 93.4 WAR. The 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, and there's one away. Acuna chased one just off the plate. That'll bring up Matt Olson. First pitch to Olson is down below the knees, taken for a ball. It's 1-0. Brent Honeywell came in for the last out in the 5th, pitched a clean 6th, is back out there for the 7th. The 1-0 pitch on the way. Off the plate wide, it's 2-0. Braves trail by 1. The 2-0 pitch to Olson. High and out of the zone. It's 3-0. Matt Olson digs in on the 3-0 count. Here's the payoffs. And high and ball 4 way out of the zone. And it's a 4-pitch walk to Olson. Back to the birthdays. Adrian Beltre, 44 years old today, 93.4 WAR, 477 home runs. He'll be a first ballot Hall of Famer. We already talked about John McGraw being born on this date in 1873. The most wins by any manager born on this date. Brett Tomko, the most wins. He's 50 years old, pitched for the Cincinnati Reds, is the first pitch on the way to Riley. Is a swinging strike at a curve in the dirt, and it's 0-1. Riley 2 for 2 with a walk and an RBI. Trying to find a way to drive in Olson to tie this game up. The 0-1 pitch. High and inside. Evens up the count at 1-1. Brett Tomka, 50 years old. Happy birthday to him. 100 wins in his career. Current pitcher Erod turns 30. Once with the Red Sox, now with the Tigers. The 1-1 pitch inside, ball 2. It's 2-1. Your non-baseball birthdays, happy 69th birthday to Heisman Trophy winning, Super Bowl winning, running back of the Dallas Cowboys and Pittsburgh Panthers, Tony Dorsett. The 2-1 to Riley, 1 on, 1 out, and off the plate wide, ball 3. It's 3-1. Jackie Chan turned 69 today. Russell Crowe, 59, and Bill Bellamy, 58. Country music singer Bobby Bear turns 89 as the 3-1 check swing foul And it's a full count to Riley. Probably swung it ball 4. It was just inside off the plate. He was trying to pull back, but the ball clipped his bat on the way by. John Oates of Hall & Oates turned 75 today. Mackenzie Scott, the novelist, is 53. And that's your birthdays. Honeywell quickly flips the ball over to first to keep Matt Olson close by. Reset the clock. So you got a full count, 1 out. Here's the pitch off the plate and down below the knees. Ball 4 and 2 walks with 1 away. And here comes Ozzie Albies. San Diego's going to have a quick chat on the mound. With runners on first and second and just 1 away. San Diego Padres pitching coach Ruben Niebla is out there chatting with Honeywell. Home plate umpire Paul Emmel's going out there to break it up. Does look like Luis Garcia is probably ready in the Padres pen. For Braves fans who aren't familiar with him, he can bring the heat. So they may be trying to buy some time to get him in there. Remember him last year. He can absolutely bring it. First pitch to Ozzie Albies as he comes from the left side, the open stance, and swung and grounded back to first. It's a comebacker, dribbler. Honeywell jumps on it, flips it over to first, and it's a 1-3 put out. But the runners on first and second moved to second and third. So you got Olson on third, Riley on second. Both reached via the walk. And that's going to take Honeywell out of the game, and Garcia is going to come in. We'll be back in a flash. Pitching change here in Braves country.
I think we should use the manual. I don't need a manual. I need a pair of wire strippers, a hammer, and a beer.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com.
Hey, it's your home, and I need to ask you a few favors. In the kitchen, there's a spider stuck between the window and the screen, and I know it's dead, and technically it's outside, but it's still freaking me out. Can you flick it out or something? Also, just to save some money, and it's super easy, could you bundle your home and car insurance with Geico? Last thing, could you take the holiday decorations down? Yeah, I'm one of those.
Geico. For bundling made easy, go to geico.com today.
You're not sick tonight, are you? Good. Your tongue's going to be hanging out. Tell him to throw up on his own time.
John McGraw would stay in baseball for more than 40 years and become one of the game's greatest managers. But he never stopped fighting, never stopped savaging umpires, and was always willing to do just about anything to win.
Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta trails by 2. Luis Garcia is coming in for Brent Honeywell. Hard-throwing right-hander will face Sean Murphy with 2 away, runners on second and third. So any kind of bloop or bleeder will give the Braves the lead. The first pitch is inside for a ball. 95-mile-an-hour fastball missing. It's 1-0. Luis Garcia, 61 innings and 68 strikeouts last year with a 3.39 ERA. The 1-0 pitch inside. 2-0. Standing on deck, Eddie Rosario, who just narrowly missed a grand slam last time up. The 2-0 pitch on the way. Inside ball 3-0. At this point, I would think you're going to make him throw a strike before you swing that bat. The 3-0 pitch on the way. Inside ball 4. A 4-pitch walk to load the bases for Eddie Rosario. So can Eddie Rosario make up for just narrowly missing a grand slam last time? Very reminiscent of the 3-run homer that he hit in the NLCS against the Dodgers that just creeped into the foul pole. First pitch on the way, almost hits Eddie. He has to jump out of the way. Good block by Nola, and it's 1-0. Matt Olson scored on a wild pitch earlier in the game. Not the fastest of runners. So that ball really has to scoot away for him to be able to score. The 1-0 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike 1. It's 1-1. 96-mile-an-hour heater blown right by him. Rosario just needs to get a dink or a dunk as the 1-1 on the way, fouled straight back. It's 1-2. He's coming out of his shoes. San Diego 5, Atlanta 4. The 1-2 pitch on the way, swung on and hit high, but not very deep. It's going to be caught by the shortstop Bogarts, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves threaten but fail to score. We'll be back in a flash heading to the 8th.
You come at the king, you best not miss.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Nobody's got anything bad to say about Dustin Pedroia. Okay, if he didn't mention Dustin Pedroia, I wouldn't have said a word. But the fact that he mentioned Big Papi in the steroid era, when you want to bring that clown, that joke of a player up, they broke a great player. Ted Williams is one of the greatest players ever. And the fact that you would bring the fact up that he broke his record after he's pumping steroids in his behind, I don't want to hear about it. No, it's Wooten to pick a better Red Sox. You could have picked 10 better Red Sox than Big Papi.
I like him. I'm a Red Sox fan.
Of course you like him. You like the Gators. You like Aerosmith. There's a lot of things you like that the rest of the world don't. I'm just throwing it out there. Dude looks like a lady. I'm just saying. Throwing it out there. I don't know much, but I know one thing. Billy Bills gets to show game ball today.
Armchair.
You think about it. What is there in your life, besides your love of family maybe, that carries all the way through from almost your earliest recollections till the day you die, and you care about it in one way or another? There are very, very few things that make that list. We come to things at various times in our lives when we can comprehend them, when we have an interest in them. But we have a child's interest in baseball. In my case, from the time I was 5. I can't imagine never having an interest in baseball. So it will be one of the few things in my life that I have cared about in one way or another all the way through.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail by 1 as we head to the 8th inning. Once again, failing to score with the bases loaded, Trent Grisham is coming to the plate, and Jesse Chavez is entering the game. Chavez, no earned runs so far this year. 3 2/3 innings pitched, 3 strikeouts, no walks. The first pitch from Chavez, the cutter right there on the inner edge, called for a strike. It's 0-1. Righty-lefty matchup. The 0-1 quickly pops out and just misses inside. It's 1-1. The 1-1 from Chavez. Tried to bunt for a base hit down the third base line, but went foul quickly. Riley scoops it up, and it's 1-2. Milwaukee leads St. Louis 2-0. The game's in the 6th. The 1-2 pitch inside. Grisham has to dance out of the way of the changeup and evens up the count at 2-2. Kershaw and the Dodgers lead the Diamondbacks 1-0 in the first. The 2-2 swing and a miss, strike 3. Pulled the string on that one on the outer edge. And there's one away. First pitch on the way from Chavez to Azakar. Is a swing and a miss, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch swung on and grounded over to second. Quickly on it is Ozzie. He flips it to first, and it's a 4-3 put out for the second out. Fernando Tatis is expected to be back for the Padres in about 2 weeks from his PED suspension of 80 games. Was coming back late last year when he failed the drug test. So he'd still had 20 games in this season to serve. The first pitch on the way from Chavez is a strike on the outer edge to Bogarts, and it's 0-1. The 0-1, top of the zone right there for a strike. Quickly 0-2. Chavez, this year with the pitch clock, is working faster than I can ever remember any pitcher work. The 0-2 pitch right there at the knees, strike 3, and it was good morning, good evening, good night. That'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. Braves grab the bats. We head to the bottom of the 8th.
Why would I spend $7 to see a movie that I could watch on TV?
Well, why go to a fine restaurant when you can just stick something in the microwave? Why go to the park and fly a kite when you can just pop a pill?
That's the sound of NyQuil Severe hard at work. NyQuil Severe is the best sleep with a cold medicine. No tossing and turning, just rest and recovery. So you're ready to take on tomorrow. For powerful relief of your worst cold and flu symptoms, try NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head, best sleep with a cold medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
The winning run of Ozzie Albies. He got a pretty good jump and flew under the tag, picked the perfect pitch to go on. In Atlanta, a single could win this game. Austin Riley stands at the plate. Peterson is on deck. Here's the swung on, and it is roped down the line. It's going to rattle around, and oh, baby boy, here comes Ozzie Albies. He's going to score. The Braves walk it off in fine fashion. Oh, my word. The first pitch, and it is absolutely Scooby-Doo down the line.
That's so interesting that it would come out 90 feet, that somebody sat down, Mr. Cartwright or whoever, and said, hey, it ought to be 90 feet. It just sounded like a logical number. The fact of the matter is, in retrospect, if it were 88 feet, the game would be very different. Think of the plays at first base. Think of the double plays that wouldn't be completed. If it were 94 feet, we'd be throwing people out all over the place. Batting averages would drop remarkably.
YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back, Braves Country. Atlanta Braves trail by 1. We head to the bottom of the 8th inning. Atlanta's going to try to climb back into this one and walk it off again. Hit the out-of-town scoreboard real quick, as the last few warm-up pitches are getting dealt. Orlando Arcia does step into the box, and the first pitch on the way to Arcia is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Brewers 2-0 over the Cardinals in the 6th. Nationals 6-2 over the Rockies in the 5th. The 0-1 pitch swung on and grounded over to short. Xander Bogaerts got it. He's going to sail it off the bag. A leap and a catch by Cronenworth, but the throw takes him off the bag, and Arcia is on with nobody out. Fairly routine play, excuse me. Arcia was busting it down the line, and just before he could get back to the bag, Cronenworth did a good job of leaping, making the catch, and then trying to tag the bag with his glove, but Arcia had already crossed the bag. That brings the big bear, Marcell Ozuna, to the plate, already with 1 solo home run. To his credit tonight, first pitch misses inside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch swung on and missed. Evens up the count at 1-1. Padres sending Garcia back out there. His 12th pitch of the night. See how long they'll let him go. The 1-1 from Garcia. Swung on and fouled back out of play. And it's 1-2. Dodgers and Diamondbacks tied heading into the second inning at 1 apiece. Blue Jays and Angels, the only game not to start. 1-2 in the dirt, wide. It's 2-2. Blue Jays and Angels. Should have started at 9:38. I don't know. I don't see what the holdup is. It doesn't appear that there's a weather delay, but we'll have to look into that. The 2-2 pitch on the way from Garcia to Ozuna, swung on, and it's dribbled up the middle. Bogaerts has it. He steps on the bag, and he's going to turn the 6-3 double play by himself as Ozuna, lumbering down the line, is out by about a step. Taylor made ground ball that was right up the middle as Arcia slid into second. Bogaerts leaped over him. The split kick and delivered the ball to first. So that'll bring Sam Hilliard to the plate, and Hilliard takes the first pitch outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Josh Hader would be the closer the Braves would face in the 9th inning. The 1-0 pitch inside, misses ball 2. It's 2-0. And he's well rested. If you don't recall, Hader was the pitcher on the mound for the Brewers when the Braves won the NLDS. The 2-0 pitch swung on and fouled it off the plate. It's 2-1. Tough left-hander, but he was the Pitcher that gave up the home run when Freddie Freeman walked him off. Sent us to the NLCS, where we would eventually beat the Dodgers and win the World Series. The 2-1 pitch swung on, and that ball's roasted up the middle. Base hit. And it's a 2-out single for Sam Hilliard as he gets a high five from Eric Young, first base coach. And here comes Ronald Acuna Jr. Acuna steps to the plate. Righty-righty matchup. Hilliard, by the way, 2 for 4 tonight, hitting .375 on the young season. First pitch to Acuna is right there, top of the zone for a strike. And it's 0-1. The 0-1 to Acuna. Garcia looks in and deals, and in the dirt, it's 1-1. Slider missing well below the knees. 1 run would tie it that stands on first. A round tripper would give the Braves a 1-run lead heading to the 9th. Garcia looks in. The 1-1 pitch. On the way, kicks and deals. Swung on, and that ball is hit into right center field. Running and making the catch is Azakar. Good defensive play, and that'll end the inning. That ball gets down. The game is tied. We'll head to the 9th inning. It's a 1-run game in Atlanta.
House cat flu is coming, people. The Center for Disease Disinformation predicts with some degree of probability that the house cat flu might spread in the following hypothetical outbreak pattern: mild thirst, occasional hunger, tiredness at night.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball, for the fans, by the fans.
Are you pro or con against the bat flip? Just overall celebration.
I'm right there in the middle. I'm not going to take either side. I'm more against it, I guess. But if a pitcher is going to be out there dancing and running his mouth, and you get a home run off him, I'm completely okay with a bat flip. Screw you, buddy.
Well, I for one want to get a Papelbon jersey because anyone that chokes out Bryce Harper, right? I am Team Papelbon.
Armchair.
I hear these fools on TV talking about defund the police and things like that. We need police reform and prison reform and things like that. So that notion they keep saying that, I'm like, wait a minute, we just gonna leave? Who are black people supposed to call Ghostbusters when we have crime in our neighborhood?
The local paper did a 50-year anniversary thing, and there was a reprint of a game that he had played in 1892, and it said Watts. His name was Fred Watts, shortstop, and he had 2 hits. And I thought my grandfather played baseball in 1892. So it's part of existence. It's part of our heritage.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trailed by just 1 run as we head to the 9th inning. Jesse Chavez, who pitched a perfect 8th, he is out of the game. And it looks like they're going to go to Lucas Lutgay, the left-hander, to face Juan Soto. And the first pitch on the way is in the dirt wide. It's 1-0. Lutgay, 2.67 ERA last year, 57 innings pitched. The 1-0 right there at the knees for a strike, and it's 1-1. came over from the New York Yankees in a minor trade during the offseason. The 1-1 off the plate. Good eye by Soto. It's 2-1. We'll be back at it Sunday night for Sunday Night Baseball, 7 p.m., 7:08 first pitch. The 2-1 right there at the knees, called for a strike. Good pitch by Lutke, and it's 2-2. Next week, we're here Tuesday night. Wednesday night is they play the Reds. Friday night and Saturday afternoon against the Royals. Every Tuesday and Friday night this season. And 2 bonus games every week. The 2-2 to Soto, lefty-lefty matchup, swung on and just got a piece of that to stay alive. Drags it foul behind him. We'll do it again at 2-2. Lutke is waiting till just to the end of the pitch clock each time. The 2-2 swung on and missed, strike 3. Thought he might have gotten a piece of it, but he didn't. Soto just shakes his head going back to the dugout. I think he's just kind of like, I don't know what's going on with that pitch. And there's one away. Lutke really does have a funky delivery. It's got to be difficult for left-handers to pick that ball up coming out when he throws that sweeper. First pitch on the way to Manny Machado is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Cutter missing at 87 miles an hour. Machado 2 for 3 with a walk, a double, 2 runs. The 1-0 swung on and fouled down the line. It's 1-1. Could very well be looking at a preview, the 2023 NLCS right here. 2 of the teams with some of the best chances for in Vegas to get to the World Series is balls fouled back by Machado. It's 1-2. Braves entered the season 8.5-1 odds to win the World Series. It's now down to 4.5-1. The 1-2 pitch. Check swing. Did he go around? They're going to say he did, and that's strike 3. Machado didn't argue. He's walking back to the dugout. He's got that same look that Soto had. Kind of reminds me of the old story you heard about when Walter Johnson used to pitch, and one of the batters, after getting 2 strikes, headed back to the dugout as the first pitch is on the way, and it's a comebacker over the mound, scooped by Arcia, and he'll flip it to first base, and Cruz is out in 1 pitch, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves have 1 more inning, 3 more outs to try to win this puppy. We'll be back in a flash.
Bees! Bees! Bees in the car! Bees everywhere! Save yourself! Your firearms are useless against them!
Holy shnikes, it worked.
Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long, giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5. And we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key.
We're going to start off with Will Banks. What's your take on the Alabama-West Virginia matchup? What are the keys?
I didn't
That's
know
great insight, man. That's Everyone else is going, I'm gonna change the channel.
Armchair.
I'm 7-0 this season.
You auto-drafted.
That's what all the great GMs do. They delegate.
You didn't do anything.
Yeah, I did. I set the cue.
Without fantasy football, what would friends talk about?
I almost wore shorts today.
Oh.
I was going to do a sweatshirt shorts combo.
Armchair.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of holding your dad's hand, walking through that dark tunnel, and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. And if there's ever been a matchup, Josh Hader's coming into the game. Nasty left-hander, throws nothing but gas. He's given the Braves fits over the years. He's going to face Matt Olson, Austin Riley, and Ozzie Albies. So one lefty, and that's going to be a tough one for Matt to pick him up. And then righty. So here we go. First pitch on the way is a fastball on the outer edge, called for a ball well off the plate, and it's 1-0. The 1-0 delivery. Swing and a miss, strike one, 95 mile an hour, pumped right by on the outer edge, and it evens up the count at 1-1. The 1-1 from Hader. He fastball misses outside, 2-1. Hope y'all liked and subscribed today. We'll be back Sunday night for the next Braves Country Baseball broadcast. Over 100 games this year. The 2-1. Fastball off the edge. It calls that a strike. I don't know about that one. That was off the edge, and Olson kind of shaking his head, basically saying, man, if you're going to give him that big of a strike zone, I've got no chance. Yeah, that was well off the plate. About 2 inches off the plate. So a big difference between 3-1 and 2-2. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike three. Olson's got something to say as he rounds back to home plate umpire Paul Emmel, who's just done a terrible job tonight on both ends. That Angels Blue Jays game did finally get started. I don't know what the holdup was, but it started about half hour late. First pitch on the way to Riley, misses inside for a ball 97 mile an hour off the plate, and it's 1-0. The 1-0 to Riley. High, but over the plate, it's 2-0. 97-97 to start this at bat. Riley with 2 mammoth home runs already this year. The 2-0 pitch, right there at the knees, taking all the way was Riley. It's 2-1. The 2-1 delivery. On the way, high and inside, 97 mile an hour fastball. It's now 3-1. (3-1) to Riley. Lefty-righty matchup. His swing and fouls it straight back into the crowd. A full count on the way. Braves trail by 1. The 3-2 pitch. Swung on, and that ball is roasted in between the 5-6 hole. Bogarts dives but cannot make the play. It's underneath his glove, and Austin Riley stands on first as the tying run with Ozzie Albies as the winning run coming to the plate. We all know that Ozzie Albies has a lot more power from the right side of the plate. He'll probably be thinking downtown. Riley, not the swiftest of runners. I don't think they'll pinch hit for him. Doesn't look like they will. A pinch run, excuse me. First pitch on the way to Ozzie is a wide strike on the outer edge, and it's 0-1. Changeup at 87 miles an hour. The 0-1 to Ozzie. Swing and a miss, strike two. 96, about letter high, just out of the zone. Ozzie asks for timeout as he adjusts his glove and gets set. He was way behind that second pitch. The 0-2. On the way, swung on it, fouled straight back. We'll do it again at 0-2. San Diego 5, Braves 4. 1 on, 1 out. Ozzie Albies digs in and swing and a miss, strike three, chases one out of the zone, and there's 2 away. Braves won the first matchup last night by 1 run. San Diego leads this game by 1 run. They'll be back at it tonight, weather permitting, around 7:20 first pitch, excuse me. First pitch on the way from Hader, high and out of the zone to Murphy. It's 1-0. And then game 4, Sunday night, we'll bring you the action. 2 very entertaining games so far in this series by both teams. The 1-0 pitch swung on and grounded over to short. Bogarts has it. He'll feed Kim, and the force out will end the game. So the Padres win a really good baseball game tonight. Braves lose a heartbreaker 5-4. They're back at it tomorrow. We'll be back at it Sunday night baseball. 7:08 first pitch. We'll come on about 10-15 minutes before with the pregame show. Y'all have a great Easter. Great seeing y'all, and hope you like and subscribe, and I hope you enjoyed the broadcast. From all the guys and gals behind Braves Country Baseball, I'm Mac Magee. Have a great evening, a good Friday, and a great Easter weekend.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow. Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on the Key and youtube.com at Braves Country.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neal, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the Key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the Key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country Baseball right here on the Key. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. And somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.